This initiative was really special.
3 or 4 months having many discussions with jockeys and trainers and doctors and culinarians and what is the best route to go. We came up with this menu.
Put a really good, what I call a sensible menu on, because what a lot of people don't realize is most of us will come here and breeze horses in the morning and you don't then have time to go home. So although most of us have to lose weight and keep our weight low, you also need something to fuel you to get you through the race day. You know, a lot of us will come here and order something off a Jill in between that breathing period and when we start racing.
Keeneland has taken a lead in this. They have to make weight. Nutrition is critical for decision making, for rider safety, rider performance, and we just felt like this was the right time to bring this to the riders. Keeneland always takes safety and health initiatives very seriously. Your leadership team here is elite.
Very intentional, all proteins at 5 ounces, the vegetables are a give me, but everything's been calorie counted. So in the result is we're giving them a very nutritious lunch that actually fuels them for the day in a safe way.
In our job, we don't eat a lot, so it's important that when we do, we try and eat the right things. You know, we wouldn't have so much quantity rather than what we put in. Like I said, it needs to have plenty of protein.
We want them to take it to those other tracks, share what they've experienced here under Chef Mark's guidance with his menu and his consideration of the athletes needing to keep track of their weight, improve upon it, make corrections.
If more kind of jocks rooms could have it around the country, it would be it'd definitely be, everyone would be grateful for it.
Great stuff, and we know how Keeneland for generations has been a leader. We've seen it in equine safety, in customer experience here at Keeneland, in sales, but now taking the lead on something that is very important because for any athlete, whether equine or human, nutrition is paramount.
Yes, and the menu was obviously curated with an intent. They have a panel of jockeys that they also did talk to try to get some feedback and input to develop this menu, and it looks like it's good, and it can be tweaked along the way depending on the feedback they get, and it's something that can be applied to racetracks across the country.
Great stuff as always, Gabby. Another great meet in the books for the entire team behind us. Philip Richardson, Isaac Hickman, Sarah, Grant, our man Willie over here who's helped us out all meets. Thank you so much for a phenomenal meet at Keeneland here on Today at Keeneland. And we got all the races ahead, 10 races, and then a sale, April sale, right after. Enjoy.
In 2026, the Breeders' Cup returns to hallowed ground in Lexington, Kentucky, to Keeneland, where rolling bluegrass pastures give way to epic showdowns and legendary victories.
Flight line now beginning to move on the outside. It is Nightline. Breeders' Cup Classic win.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale, you got to be here.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electric and hybrid vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Lilla Walter to the paddock. Lilla from Danville, Kentucky, is a freshman at Northern Kentucky University. She is a BFA musical theater major and began performing at age 5. Lilla has been seen as Audrey in Little Shop of Horrors, Rizzo in Grease, and Regina in Mean Girls, among other roles. After graduating, she hopes to pursue theater professionally. The Lexington Police Department presents the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Stephen Griffin from parking as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Stephen. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. Time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is fast and the turf is firm. Contrary to the program, the rail is at 0 feet. The temporary rail is down today. Full width of the turf course in use for this afternoon's card. First race, where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes get underway. Also started the early pick five. No carryover in that first event. Scratch the 4 Quality Spirits. That's the first race. Scratch the 4 Quality Spirits. Race 2 will start the early pick 4. It also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Scratch the 4 Frontline Fury and scratch the 9 Joker's Check. It's the second race. Scratch the 4 Frontline Fury and scratch the 9 Joker's Check. Third race. Scratch the 10 Go Lex Go. That's the third race. Scratch the 10, Go Lex Go. Fourth race. Scratch number 1, Epic Summer. And scratch the 9, American Bear. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 1, Epic Summer. And scratch the 9, American Bear. Race 5 starts the pick 6, a $44,000 carryover today. Final day of the Keeneland Spring Meeting. Mandatory payouts, the carryover $44,695. In that fifth race, scratch number 1 in ordinary. Scratch the 5 mainstream. And scratch the 9 high honors. That's in race 5. Scratch number 1 in ordinary. Scratch the 5 mainstream and scratch the 9 high honors. Please note the jockey for number 8 Hyperlink has been changed. It'll be Tyler Gaffalione. The 8 Hyperlink, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Race 6 will start the late pick 5, no carryover. Scratch the 2 Trust Fund Filly and scratch number 3 Absolute Honor. That's race 6. Scratch the 2, Trust Fund Filly, and scratch the 3, Absolute Honor. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on race 6. Seventh race starts the late pick 4. In race 7, regarding the 8 Chiseler, does not receive Lasix today. Number 8 Chiseler, contrary to the program, does not receive Lasix today. Featured 8th race. Starts the $3 late pick 3. Race 8, the Bewitched, presented by Keeneland Sales, grade 3. In that 8th race, scratch the 7 Just Basking. It's the featured 8th race. Scratch the 7 Just Basking. 9th race. Scratch the 5, Mum Doggy, and scratch the 10, McCann. It's the 9th race. Scratch number 5, Mum Doggy, and scratch the 10, McCann. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Classy and Connected. Scratch the 10, Random Harvest. It's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2, Classy and Connected, and scratch the 10, Random Harvest. And again, a reminder, contrary to the program, the rail on the turf course, 0 feet. Temporary rail is down today. It's a big doubleheader day at Keeneland. The races this afternoon, the April selected horses of racing age sale this evening at 6:30. Right now, let's check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker, and happy closing day here for Keeneland Spring in 2026. 10 races in front of us. The Bewitched Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales is our featured race, but let's not bury the lead, Gabby. Pick 6 carryover on closing day, mandatory payout, with the pick 6 carrying over $44,000 from yesterday.
Everything must go. And as you mentioned, over $44,000 in that carryover. And included in the pick 6 sequence is the feature, as you mentioned, the Bewitched Stakes. We had a big scratch in that race, the number 7, Just Basking. She is out, so I know that left both of us kind of searching for an alternative. The number 9, Speed Chopper, I think can really take advantage of somewhat of a paceless race going 1.5 miles, and she looks like she's in a good spot today. today.
You got Mrs. Astor coming in from the West Coast for Jonathan Thomas, who was the dominant female force in the 1.5 mile division out on the West Coast, as I mentioned. So that is our 8th and featured event, the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales. We got a pick 6 carryover, and Gabby, don't forget, we got a sale after the races, the Keeneland April sale, which will take place down in the pavilion as soon as we wrap up this 10-race card.
Yeah, make sure you head down to the pavilion. It's going to be a lot of fun. Good sale. Some headliners there, including Trendsetter. So looking forward to all of the festivities today.
Enjoy it while it lasts. One day left for the spring here at Keeneland in 2026.
Horses in the paddock for race number 1 on the final day of the spring meet, and it is a beautiful day indeed. We kick things off with a maiden $20,000 claiming event, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track as well. The number 3 backside is the current favorite at 3 to 5. And your leading jockey and trainer both send this horse out. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard for trainer Brad Cox. Brad has had such a phenomenal meet. He's obviously winning at all levels, including the claiming levels. So this horse definitely seems to be well spotted. He did go against similar company last time out at the maiden $30,000 level. He was defeated in that event by 9 lengths. Flash of Chaos really caught a flyer in that race and just went on to win very impressively. But this horse comes back, I think, against a manageable group today and now does get blinkers for the second time in a row. I think he looks tough to beat in here, but if you're looking for alternatives, the number 1 highlighter certainly could be that horse. This horse comes out of an event last time out at Turfway Park. It was his first race off of a layoff. He's always been quite consistent, at least in his last 2 races. The only issue with him, I think, is at the 1 mile and a 16th. He doesn't possess a ton of early speed. That first wire finish, he really needs to get going in the early stages of the race, or he just needs a little bit of help from a pace scenario. And looking at some of the horses in here, I don't see there being too much pace. So that is something that he will have to overcome. On to the outside, the number 7, Admiral Hall, comes into this race for trainer Wesley Ward, who also has been having a very good meet. And this horse hasn't been seen since May of 2024. So comes into the race off of a pretty lengthy layoff, but seems like he's had a consistent work tab in the morning. And in that event, he did face maiden special weight company, but it was out at Belterra Park. It was an off-the-turf event. So I would say it's pretty comparable to a maiden claiming type of race at Keeneland. I don't question whether or not this horse is going to be fit, but it's just kind of a tough read in here. You always know that Wesley Ward comes prepared, though, for either the spring or the fall meet, and clearly this horse is going to get bet in here, as he is your second choice on the board right now at 4 to 1. We'll get a closer look at these horses and report more on trackside. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming event for a price of $20,000, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th. Over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5, no carryover. Scratch the 4, Quality Spirits, number 4. Is scratched. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. And a reminder, contrary to the program, the rail for the turf course, 0 feet. Temporary rail is down today. Post time at 6 minutes. A reminder, today's first race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Early pick 5 pool, just over $250,000 moving into line for the first race. Highlighter comes forward. Be a first wire finish. Pumpkin Boy walks up and then backside. Now Dakota. 2 left to load. Otzelberger. Admiral Hall, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There goes Dakota out for the lead, backside to the inside, Admiral Hall to the outside, and then Highlighter back toward the rail. Dakota the leader, though, as they head into the first turn. Backside quickly scoots over to the inside to save some ground around the first turn. In fact, will move up and challenge for the lead. So backside is right there with Dakota to the outside, stride for stride around the first turn. Then a gap of just over 2 lengths. Back to Admiral Hall, moves up around the outside third, a half length. To Highlighter in fourth. Otzelberger is in fifth. Pumpkin Boy last to the 6, 24.33 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch. Backside and Dakota and backside. They continue their tussle for the lead. Gap of 2 more legs back to Highlighter. Third by just ahead to the inside of Admiral Hall. Otzelberger closes in behind that pair. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Pumpkin Boy, who is last at the midpoint of the backstretch. It was 48.58 seconds the time for the first half mile. They head for the far turn. Dakota to the outside. Backside is still there against the rail. Highlighter closes in third, a length off the lead to the far turn. Third by 3/4 of a length, then Admiral Hall, who's fourth up on the outside. Otzelberger, Pumpkin Boy last. Midway on the final turn. Backside has the lead clear by 2 lengths now. Admiral Hall has to go wide. Highlighter comes up the inside. They're both trying to catch backside. A 1/4 mile to go. Admiral Hall kicks in from the outside and ranges up right alongside of backside to the top of the short stretch, and then a widening 8-length margin back to the rest. Admiral Hall kicks on off the far turn and has the lead. Backside now second, 2 lengths between them, final furlong. Here's backside switching to the outside with Admiral Hall the one to catch now. Backside is second. Admiral Hall final 16th in front by 2.5, 3, 4 lengths now. It is Admiral Hall, Gerardo Corrales to win the opener. Backside will be across the wire in the second position, and then further back it'll be close for show.
Admiral Hall making a menacing move around the turn there, and obviously going right past the number 3 backside, who did go off as the 4-5 favorite. Looked like he started to wait a little bit on the number 3 here in the middle of the stretch, but keeps on grinding out this win to get the victory for trainer Wesley Ward at 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 7, Admiral Hall, finished first. Number 3, Backside, was second. Number 5, Dakota, third. And number 1, Highlighter, fourth. 7-3-5-1 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 7, Admiral Hall, owned by Mrs. Fitriani Hay, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. Admiral Hall, a 5-year-old gelded son of Omaha Beach out of Taskin's Theory by Bernardini. Winner bred in Kentucky by AR Enterprises, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 46.49 seconds. The results official for Keeneland's first. 7-3-5-1, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Started the early pick 4. It started the Keeneland Turf pick 3. A reminder, contrary to the program, rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Temporary rail is down today. Turf is listed firm. Scratch the 4, Frontline Fury, and scratch the 9, Joker's Check.
Horses in the paddock for race number 2. We are 18 minutes out, and it's a field of 2-year-olds here, 2-year-old fillies to be specific, going out to the turf course at the distance of 5.5 furlongs. We have some really nicely bred horses in here as well. I'll start the conversation with the number 8, Extravaganzu, sent out by trainer George Weaver. And taking a look at some of the pedigree here for this runner is a couple of runners that did okay on the turf. And obviously George Weaver does a great job with his 2-year-olds each and every season. Also just generally does a really good job with his first-time starters. Looking at statistics there, first-time starters win at about 26% positive ROI of $3.30. And his 2-year-olds win at a clip of 20%. So all of that said, I think you have to definitely consider this horse at 7-2. She's a filly by Golden Pal as well. So we'll see what she can do here for George Weaver and E5 Racing Thoroughbreds. As we take a look at number 5, Shining Moment, trainer Wesley Ward. I mentioned he has had an outstanding meet thus far. He typically does every spring meet, but Wesley is also one win away from approaching 300 Keeneland wins. So we wish him the best. If he does indeed get this filly home, he will reach a very rare milestone in terms of Keeneland milestones. So best of luck to Wesley Ward. He sends out this 2-year-old filly by Golden Pal out of a Distorted Humor mare, and she definitely has a nice pedigree in here as well. She is a half to a horse by the name of Coppola, who Dale Romans trains. He's very fast, loves 5 furlongs on the turf, and he has been very competitive against stakes and graded stakes company throughout his career. You can see this filly is very strong in the paddock as well. We'll take a closer look at her in just a minute. 2, the number 1, More Champagne, is a filly that's sent out by trainer Tom Morley, another Golden Pal filly. They've been very precocious and obviously have done very well. This one out of a Wildcat Air mare, and Johnny Velasquez will be aboard her for this debut at 9-2. Once again, we'll take a closer look at these fillies in the paddock and report trackside. Keep in mind that this race not only does start the early pick 4, but it also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 2, 8, and 10. So make sure you get your wagers in. Good luck.
Wesley Ward with Shining Moment, the number 5 horse, the daughter of Golden Pal, the hot favorite. No surprise, Wesley. What did you see from her in her turf workouts down in Florida before coming here to Kentucky?
We worked her on the grass down Eduardo Nunez. won 3,000 races in his jockey career. He's a little bit like Julio Garcia. He works all my 2-year-olds down there, and this was his pick. He loved this one. He worked around the grass at Palm Beach Downs, and he was really excited about her.
After you got those quick workouts in, her most recent workouts, was it just a situation where you knew what you had and there's no need to really crank on her at this point in time?
No, 5.5 furlongs for a 2-year-old filly here in April is a long ways. And we've won some from kind of got away slow, and I rode a filly of mine a couple years ago, and he just set back and he came running just like the one did last year. 5/8 is a big difference between 5 furlongs and 5.5, especially for a 2-year-old. So if you go too fast early, you're going to pay the price late, which is what happened yesterday. And take nothing away from the winner, he's ran great. But today it's a little bit the same way. You got to really be careful of how fast you go in the first part of the race.
You're sitting on the verge of a milestone, joining the 300 Club, which there are 2 individuals that are still at the top of their game in that club. Bill Mott, Rusty Arnold. The journey to get to this point in time, did you ever think that you'd be in this kind of position when you first arrived at Keeneland Racecourse, Wes?
No. When I first came here and moved back, my first 17 years, I trained out in Southern California at Santa Anita and Hollywood Park and Del Mar, and came here 19 years ago and won my first race, and I just fell in love with this place. It's just the epitome of racing to me in the United States, if not the world. But it's so special of a place to be here 3 weeks in the spring and 3 weeks in the fall, and to win this many races with so many great trainers that have run here. It's really a testament that how old I'm getting with this white hair now.
Well, it's been a pleasure to be here and watch your success and continued success, and good luck coming up here in this next race, Wesley.
Thank you very much, Scott. And your dad was a great friend of mine. We go back to before I started riding at Turf Paradise, Richard Hazelton. He was a great guy and a super horse trainer.
And I think he got you on the backside maybe a little bit earlier than what you should have been, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, him and I were in the stewards there before I turned 16 at Turf Paradise a few different times where he snuck me in and had me work some horses, but he's a great guy.
Love you, Wes.
Thank you, buddy.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Woods Edge, a maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed firm. Rail at 0 feet. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Started the early pick 4, started the Keeneland turf pick 3, scratched the 4, Frontline Fury, and scratched number 9, Choker's Chick. Post time is 6 minutes.
Taking a look at these fillies on the track, the number 8 Extravaganza is who we're looking at right now. Second choice at 5-2. I'll be talking about all the Golden Pal fillies in here. I was mostly impressed by this filly in the paddock today. You can see she's on her toes. She's kind of taking in her surroundings today. And Tyler Gaffalione just trying to keep her focused. But she's got real good positive energy on the track. She's light on her toes as well. And she just looks like she looks like a filly that's really feeling well today, and you can see her taking a nice gallop on the track today. Another thing that I like about her is that she's long and lanky. She covers a lot of ground, and I can't say that about all of her counterparts today. I think she is kind of built to get the 5.5 furlongs as well, and you can see the way that her coat really glistens in the sun. She is dappled from head to toe, and I love the way she looks today. She would also be the paddock pick for me, but the 5 Shining Moment is kind of a different looking filly from a physical standpoint, and you can kind of see them side by side right now. The 8, she's long, she has a lot of length to her, whereas the 5 Shining Moment, she is stout and stocky. You can see how much power she has in her hindquarters there. She's very, very strong. Doesn't have as much length, I would say, as the 8 horse does. So I would imagine she's going to show a lot of speed, as Wesley Ward kind of alluded to in the interview with Scott Hazelton, that it's really trying to strike the balance between speed and stamina, especially at 5.5 furlongs at this time of the year. They can get a little bit tired if they don't have that consistent work tab. She obviously did go a half mile back in March here at Keeneland, whereas the 8 Extravaganza, she comes into the race with 3 consecutive half-mile workouts, which I think really provides that fitness to get 5.5 furlongs today. And then finally, the number 1, More Champagne. She draws the rail today, so she will have to navigate a trip from jockey Johnny Velasquez, which I have all the faith that he's able to do. She's a little bit on the smaller side when you kind of compare her to the 5 and the 8, but I love the way that she's warming up on the track today. She just has those high energy levels as well. We've seen what Golden Pal, although limited sample size, what his progeny has been able to do, and they've just been very precocious. So she's a good-looking filly on track. We'll have to navigate a trip from the inside post position, but love how she's warming up on the track today. So those were the three that kind of stood out to me, and those are the three that are taking the most wagering right now. Right now, your favorite is the 5, Shining Moment, for trainer Wesley Ward.
Your attention, please. Late scratch. Scratch number 2, Glitz and Ritz. Another late scratch. Scratch the 7, Might Could. A pair of late scratches at Keeneland in the second race. Scratch the 2, Glitz and Ritz. Also scratch the 7, Might Could. Both scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. As a result, Superfecta goes away here, so Superfecta wagers will be refunded on this second race. Scratch the 2, Glitz and Ritz, scratch the 7, Might Could, and those late scratches will remove the Superfecta from race 2. Superfecta wagers to be refunded on this second race. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Woods Edge. Start of the early pick 4, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line for Keeneland's second race. More Champagne comes forward. Now here's Mallet Lady. Last 3 getting set to load. Shining Moment walks up. Now Zarzuela with Extravaganza, the last one, coming forward. Just about set. Extravaganza goes in. They're at the post. Now backs up. The other 4 stand patiently. Extravaganza again comes forward. This time they're at the post and they're off, and there goes Extravaganza right out for the lead. Shining Moment right there to the inside, though. Shining Moment puts ahead in front. Extravaganza will go second. These two open up by 3 lengths. Back to More Champagne in third by 4 lengths as they head to the turn. Zarzuela, and then a margin of a half dozen more back of Zarzuela to the trailer Mallet Lady as they work their way over to the far turn. Shining Moment against the rail has the lead 3/4 of a length. Extravaganza goes second by 2 lengths. More Champagne tries to close in from third, a margin of nearly 10 more then. Back to Zarzuela, who is next to last, and nearly 7 back of that one to Mallet Lady. 21.26 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Here comes More Champagne moving up between horses and is up to challenge Shining Moment past the quarter pole as Extravaganza has dropped back in third. More Champagne right alongside of Shining Moment. Final furlong, and More Champagne goes by for the lead. More Champagne opens up by 2.5. Shining Moment second. More Champagne in front, a deep stretch for John Velasquez. More Champagne draws clear for the victory. Shining Moment across the line in second. It'll be Zarzuela home in third. Mallet Lady fourth. Extravaganza was fifth.
More Champagne, very impressive today under jockey Johnny Velasquez, just kind of biding her time. You could see how much horse Johnny Velasquez had coming around the turn. The 8, Extravaganza, was kind of pressing the pace early on the number 5, Shining Moment. They probably just went a little bit too fast too soon, and that was a perfect setup for the number 1, More Champagne, who clearly wins. A very strung out field here in race number 2, but More Champagne with the W in race number 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 1, More Champagne, finished first. Number 5, Shining Moment, was second. Number 6, Zarzuela, third. And number 3, Mallet Lady, fourth. 1563 unofficial. Second race results official. 1563, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the official winner of the Woods Edge, number 1, More Champagne, owned by Star Ladies Racing of Laurie Wolf, U Racing Stables LLC of Jeff Lifson, Titletown Racing Stables of Paul Farr, the trainer Thomas Morley, the jockey John Velasquez. More Champagne, a 2-year-old filly by Golden Pal, out of Wildcat Gaze by Wildcat Air, bred in Florida by Helen and Joseph Barbizon. 1 minute, 3.38 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. In the winner's circle, the Woods Edge Trophy presentation to the connections of More Champagne. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Third race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 10. Go Lex Go.
Race number 3 is next, and we are looking at the number 3, Unionville. Second-time starter for trainer Matthew Sims. This horse did debut down in Houston back in March, and I thought was a fine race, all considering, kind of comparing that effort against her competition today. The biggest question is whether or not she can handle the stretch out in distance. The distance of her first race was going 6 furlongs, and now today she has to stretch out to 1 mile and a 16th. I personally think that she is going to like the added distance. She just kind of lagged behind the field and seemingly was one pace in that race. And so I think if she's able to establish somewhat of a forward position at 1 mile and a 16th, that can help her. Luan Machado will be aboard for Matt Sims as well. The number 2, Speed Skater, she actually ran here already at Keeneland. She did go against Maiden $30,000 Claiming Company in that particular race. And that was also going the distance of 1 mile and a 16th, and she caught some trouble in that event and she wound up getting second. I think she's a logical horse in here. You just have to ask yourself, what price are you willing to take on her? She's 4 to 5 currently, and I would anticipate her going off as the heavy favorite. The number 5, Stay Beautiful, as she is one that I really didn't know what to do with. She clearly has a ton of early speed. Speed is good on the main track, especially going 1 mile and a 16th with that first wire finish and shorter stretch. But she really has to harness that speed a little bit better. She opened up by 6 lengths on the field last time out, and then finished second in that event. Prior to that, she opened up by a couple of lengths too. So she definitely has speed, and I don't know that anybody can run with her early. It's just a question of stamina. But it's been a while since she's been on the main track. In fact, that was back in last year in her second start. And maybe she can come into this race and run them all off their feet early and pull off a gate-to-wire effort here at 8 to 1 for Brian Nippenberg. Kind of a wide open event if you look past the favorite here at 4 to 5, but a favorite at that. She will be a heavy favorite considering the connections. Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt aboard. The number 2 is Speed Skater. See how it all unfolds in race number 3. Good luck.
can't wait for us to get to you there. And you have your jewelry in there, right? You make jewelry. That's so cool.
Okay. I haven't made something for a while, but I'm going to get back into it.
Is it time to go?
Yeah, they're coming through the car. You're welcome. Thank you.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, a maiden claiming race for a price of $20,000. Fillies and mares aged 3 and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 10. Go Lex Go. Post time at 8 minutes.
Okay.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Will be a first wire finish. Imprudent comes forward. Also Stay Beautiful. Speed Skater walks up. And Lexi's Melody. Here's Unionville. Rather Late, and also Senora Doro. Shadoni comes forward. Dream Wife, Dream Life, the last one walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Stay Beautiful between horses. Imprudent is there to the inside of the opening strides, and Unionville is in between that pair. Imprudent moves up and has the lead. Unionville goes second. Stay Beautiful is third. Lexi's Melody a wide fourth into the first turn. Speed Skater is down to the inside against the rail. Moves up one spot from fifth within 3 lengths of the lead around the first turn. Further back, Senora Doro travels along to the inside about 5 lengths from the front here early on. Then a gap of nearly 5 more lengths. Back to Rather Late, who moves up toward the inside. 1 position from the back of the pack as they head onto the back stretch. Dream Wife, Dream Life next to last, and a gap of 6 more lengths back of that one. Shadoni trails. 23.33 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Back up front, Imprudent has the lead by just a half length. Unionville second between horses, 3/4 of a length. Stay Beautiful third far outside by a half length. Speed Skater is tucked away fourth toward the inside. Lexi's Melody just outside of Senora Doro. Rather Late, Dream Wife, Dream Life, and Shadoni. 48.22 the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go. Imprudent is the leader, and Imprudent opens up here by a length and a half. Speed Skater, though, is coming up the inside into second by 3/4 of a length, followed by Stay Beautiful. Here's Speed Skater swinging off the rail to the outside to challenge Imprudent as they work their way toward the quarter pole. Speed Skater from the outside, Imprudent to the inside. These two going at it stride for stride around the turn. Lexi's Melody and Senora Doro try to pick them up. Senora Doro goes to fourth to third. Top of the short stretch. Speed Skater's got the lead. The lead's out to 3 to 4 to 5 lengths coming toward the 8th pole. Senora Doro has weaved through some traffic to move up into the second position. Dream Wife, Dream Life is running late toward the inside to challenge for third. All of that well behind Speed Skater. Speed Skater, Flavie and Pratt on their way to the winner's circle. It is Speed Skater. Much the best. Senora Doro was home in the second position, followed by Dream Wife, Dream Life, and then Imprudent.
Add another one to the tally for leading trainer Brad Cox. This one under jockey Flavian Pratt. Just sitting chilly throughout the running of the race, and then when he asked her to run, she certainly did. She draws off from the field here to get the easy win at 1-4. It is 2-7-9-1 across the finish line for race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 2, Speed Skater, finished first. Number 7, Senora Doro, second. Number 9, Dream Wife, Dream Life was third. And number 1, Imprudent, fourth. 2-7-9-1 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 2, Speed Skater, owned and bred in Kentucky by Barry and Joni Butzo, trained by Brad Cox, and the jockey Flavian Pratt. Speed Skater, 3-year-old filly by Keen Ice, out of Muskoka by exchange rate. 8.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 47.09 seconds. Third race results official. 2-7-9-1 the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. The main track listed fast. Scratch number 1, Epic Summer. And scratch number 9, American Bear.
Race 4 is up next, 6.5 furlongs on the dirt for this $30,000 claiming race. I go to the 4 Sometime as the top selection here. This horse comes off of a win last time out of town, but even if you look prior to that event, he was competitive against Higher Allowance Company. The one race that I really want to look back at was the race back in the fall here at Keeneland, where he ran third in that field going against Allowance Company. He lost to Outfielder and Oscar's Hope, but he was also 45-1 in that race, and he managed to round out the top 3. So I do think that this horse has a bit of class. He managed to win first time out, and his career at Colonial Downs by over 10 lengths against a field of 7 horses. So, he's not always been the most consistent horse, but at this level, I think this is the right spot for him. He's well spotted. He does possess some early speed. He doesn't necessarily need the lead, though. So there are a lot of things that make sense for this horse, and I think he's a good alternative, especially at the price at 3-1. The number 2, Damascus Steel. Brad Cox looking to get another victory here. Irad Ortiz Jr. hoping to do the same. It's 9-5 right now. He's definitely going to go off as the favorite. You can see him. He's a good-looking horse there in the paddock. The last time he raced was back in the latter half of February down at the fairgrounds. They immediately dropped him in for a tag. He did not get claimed out of that event. He obviously ran against maiden special weight first time out, dropped in for the maiden 30, wasn't claimed, and now he finds himself once again in for a tag at the $30,000 level. He makes sense. He's just a horse that kind of takes a long time to get going. I think the 6.5 furlongs would benefit him rather than just a flat 6 furlongs. But there's not a ton of pace in here, especially with the scratch of the one Epic Summer. So that would be kind of my only knock against this horse, that will go off as probably a heavy favorite in here, that there's not a ton of pace in here, and he really will have to get the wheels turning a little bit early. The number 3, 9 Ball, for trainer Riley Mott, does take a big drop in class. I probably would have picked this horse on top if he ran just a little bit better last time out. He's a horse that won first time out at Ellis, ran actually a pretty decent figure for that. That set him up to run in the Grade 3 Iroquois, stretching out in distance at Churchill Downs. And then it was just kind of downhill from there. He didn't run well against Allowance Company in his subsequent start. I wish he would have run just a little bit better last time out, but it looks like Riley's going back to the drawing board. He's dropping him for 30. He's clearly a horse that can't really graduate through this level at an allowance level, I should say. And the blinkers are going on him. So clearly they've made some adjustments. He's a horse that's been training here locally. He has several workouts here at Keeneland, and that's always a positive in my opinion as well. So we'll see if 9 Ball can get another win today, as he did win first time out and now drops in for the 30,000 level today. I did look at some other prices in here, but I really did think that this race would potentially be formful. Trying to go against the favorite here with an alternate with the 4 Sometime, I think it's a fair price at 7-2 right now. 4-2-3 for me, as we are 15 minutes away from race number 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. $30,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-olds. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 1, Epic Summer, and scratch the 9, American Bear. Post time at 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. Moving into line, fourth race. Damascus Steel comes forward, and now 9 Ball. Sometime also approaches the starting gate. Tobin Lee walks up, 3 more to load. Compressed. Now the last 2, Stolen Power. Dr. Finn, the last one, comes forward. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Compressed. Compressed right out for the early lead. 9 Ball is there sometime in between that pair. Compressed, the leader. 9 Ball will occupy the spot next to the rail. Half length separates the top 2 early. Then sometime Dr. Finn fourth up on the far outside as they head up the back stretch. Damascus Steel is fifth back toward the inside, just over 3 lengths off the early lead. Then a gap of 2 to Tobin Lee, who's next to last, and Stolen Power trails as they make the move into the far turn. It is 9 Ball with the lead against the rail. Compressed to the outside, just off the leader's flank, and second a length to sometime. Then Damascus Steel, who looks toward the inside, and fourth. Dr. Finn goes wide in fifth. 22.97 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. 9 Ball is the leader around the far turn. Compressed 2 lengths away. Second just a half length. Damascus Steel third to the inside. Dr. Finn fourth to the outside. Top of the stretch. Damascus Steel starts to pick up the chase. Comes off the rail from between horses, trying to reel in 9 Ball. 9 Ball leads. Damascus Steel takes aim from the outside as they work their way toward the final furlong. Damascus Steel ranges up on the outside. 9 Ball fights on to the inside, and these two begin trading punches past the 16th pole. It is Damascus Steel in front. Damascus Steel by almost a full length now kicks clear. Damascus Steel, Iran Ortiz Jr. to win it. 9 Ball was home second, then it was Tobin Lee third, followed by Compressed across the wire in fourth.
Leading trainer Brad Cox keeps adding to the wins so far this meet as we see the number 2, Damascus Steel, blow past the number 3, 9 Ball. In fact, 9 Ball, he did hang in there quite gamely down on the inside, but Damascus Steel had all the momentum just his outside under Iran Ortiz Jr. Goes off as the post-time favorite at 4-5 over the number 3, 9 Ball. Goes off at 9-2, 2-3-5 across the finish line for race number 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 2, Damascus Steel first, number 3, Nine Ball was second, number 5, Tobin Lee third, and number 6, Compressed was fourth. 2358 through 356. Unofficial 2356. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, number 2, Damascus Steel, owned by Samaya U.S. Stables of Usama Abugazale, trained by Brad Cox, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is the winning jockey. Damascus Steel, a 3-year-old son of Matoli, out of Just Fine by Donna Rail Court. Winner bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated, as trainer Brad Cox goes back-to-back on the card. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.28 seconds. Results are now official. 2356, the official results for Keeneland's fourth event. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. A reminder, contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. The rail at 0 feet for the turf course. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6 with that $44,695 carryover. Final day of the spring meet. Mandatory payouts today. In race 5, scratch number 1 in ordinary. Scratch number 5 mainstream. And scratch number 9 high honors. A reminder, the jockey for the 8 Hyperlink, Tyler Gaffalione. Number 8 Hyperlink, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione.
Race 5 is up next, and this race does kick off that pick six, and there's a carryover in the pick six today, over $44,000, and considering the fact that this is the last day of the spring meet, it is a mandatory payout. So definitely participate in that pick six sequence, which does kick off in this fifth race. This race 6 furlongs on the dirt for this maiden $100,000 claiming event. Scratch the 1, the 5, and the 9, and that takes me to the 8 Hyperlink. Tyler Gaffalione does pick up the mount for trainer Steve Asmussen. Haven't seen this horse since August of last year, and his last race was at Ellis Park. Since then, he's been gelded, and he gets the medication of Lasix today for the first time as well. Looks like he's been given 3 local drills here at Keeneland in preparation for this event today. His debut, he actually ran at Churchill Downs back in June, and that was a very tough group of horses. And that day, he ran against the likes of Obliteration, who would come back to win the Sanford, and then eventually run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, and then the Saudi Derby. He finished second in there last time out. So that was a salty group of horses that he faced in his debut. He came back with a little bit of a better performance, although he had a bad post position that day, post 11 of 11, going 7 furlongs. So you'd like to make some excuses for those efforts that we saw him in, and I do think that this is a much easier group than what he faced in those first 2 races. We'll see if he's fit and ready to go. Off the layoff for trainer Steve Asmussen, I like the outside post position for him as well. He'll be the top play, but the number 3, Dixie Devil, is another horse that you want to pay attention to. He's 4-1. He does get a little bit of a class relief here. Obviously, he's been facing the maiden special weight level for quite some time. Sometimes he's faced those restricted auction maiden special weight horses as well, but even those can come up a little bit tough. His debut was against maiden optional claimers at the $50,000 level, and he ran a good second there. I just simply think he's been in a little bit too tough at a higher level, and this does seem like the class relief that he needs. They've dabbled in different distances with him, whether it be 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, a mile. They even tried the synthetic at Turfway. But I do think 6 furlongs is probably a little bit better than anything farther. That said, he doesn't possess a lot of early pace, so that would be the concern, is if he runs simply out of real estate and by the time he hits the top of the stretch. And then the 7, City of Life, is the other one that I wanted to use in here. He comes out of consecutive efforts against Maiden Special Weight Company at Turfway. I do appreciate the fact that this horse has a little bit of early speed. It's the pace scenario in here is murky because we don't know what the 6 and the 4 are capable of showing in terms of early pace. And then the 2 Easy Dial, he didn't break well, but that was his first start. He could very well break a little bit sharper today and find himself in a forward position. But all that said, at least from the horses that have past performances, it seems like the 7 City of Life is probably the fastest early, and he could certainly use that to his advantage, try to get a jump on the rest of the field today. Lukewarm favorite is the 4 Creature, first-time starter for trainer Steve Asmussen and Jose Ortiz. And the saddle will take a closer look at these horses and report more on trackside as this race does kick off that pick 6. Once again, carryover of $44,000.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race maiden claiming event for a price of $100,000, 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6 with that $44,000 carryover. With carryover, the pick 6 pool currently at $263,000. Scratch the 1 in ordinary. Also scratch the 5 mainstream. And also scratch the 9 high honors. A reminder, the jockey for the 8 Hyperlink, Tyler Gaffalione. Number 8 Hyperlink, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Fast track, firm turf, post time 7 minutes. A reminder as we get set to begin the pick 6 at Keeneland, the temporary rail is down today on the turf course. So contrary to the program, the rail at 0 feet, temporary rail is down today. Fast track, firm turf.
Taking a closer look at some of these horses on the track, the number 2 Easy Dial is one of them, a second-time starter for Anna Mia. I like the presence of this horse on the track today. Danny Sheehy was aboard first time out, and this horse was just a little bit green in the gate, and he didn't get off to a great start. That was against Maiden $30,000 Company. And that was really the reason why I didn't include this horse initially in the top 3. I thought that Maiden $30,000 race, now stepping up to $100,000, it's going to be kind of a tough test for this horse from a class perspective, but I will say that I liked his presence in the paddock and on track side, and I'd move him up a little bit, especially after seeing him live in the flesh here today. The number 4 Creature is a horse that's getting bet 5-2 right now, a first-time starter for trainer Steve Asmussen. Technically, when you look at him, the trainer, Steve Asmussen, debuting horses at the maiden claiming level, they do okay. I do think that the money coming in on this horse, though, is important. He looks great, too. I mean, I can't say anything bad about Steve's horses at any level. They're all very well turned out, very well taken care of, and that is definitely the case with this horse as well. Jose Ortiz is aboard this first-time starter by Yaupan, and he definitely looks fit and ready to roll here today. Again, this distance 6 furlongs, he definitely looks like he has that build of a sprinter, very strong, powerful, and fit for today's first test. He is at 5-2 right now. Kind of a tough group of horses to separate, but from a physical standpoint, would lean towards the 4 Creature, and then I did technically go to the 8 Hyperlink as my top play off of those back-to-back efforts from last year. Again, Tyler Gaffalione picking up the mount. Once again, pick 6 starts now in race 5. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. Here's Easy Dial. Dixie Devil comes forward. Creature walks up. My Lucky Penny. 2 more to load. City of Life with Hyperlink, the last one. Coming forward. Goes in there at the post. They're off. There goes Hyperlink from the outside. Hyperlink right out for the early lead. My Lucky Penny comes away in second position. City of Life is away running in third. Now here's My Lucky Penny. Kicks in down toward the rail. Moves up and puts a head in front. Here comes City of Life on the far outside. Hyperlink in between that pair. Top 3 separated by a half length off the end of the backstretch. Easy Dial will go in the 4th position. Dixie Devil is in 5th. Creature is last of the 6, running about a half dozen lengths off the lead onto the far turn. My Lucky Penny has the lead by just a neck. Here's City of Life on the outside again. 22.64 seconds the time for the opening quarter. A gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Easy Dial. Now Easy Dial starts to close in, has to change lanes though and go to the far outside. Under some urging now, quarter mile out, 3 lengths away, 2 lengths away. Still has to catch the top 2 off the turn. My Lucky Penny to the inside. Easy Dial far outside. City of Life between that pair. Hyperlink is still a good 5 lengths away as they move into the final furlong along with Dixie Devil. Easy Dial strides up on the outside for a narrow lead at the 16th pole. City of Life is still there, but second to the inside. Easy Dial. Danny Sheehy aboard. Easy Dial to win it. City of Life was home second, close for third. Hyperlink or Dixie Devil.
Well, it certainly didn't take Easy Dial very long to figure it out. He ran well in his debut. He comes here and steps up to the maiden $100,000 level for the connections and finds his way across the finish line in first, passing the 7, City of Life, who goes off at odds of 6-5. But a nice price on your winner at 9-1. Easy Dial getting the victory here in race number 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 2, Easy Dial finished first. Number 7, City of Life was second. Number 8, Hyperlink third. Number 3, Dixie Devil fourth. 2783 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, number 2, Easy Dial, owned by Starry Night Racing of Rachel Gerson, trained by Anna Mia. Danny Sheehy, the jockey. Easy Dial, 4-year-old gelded son of Dialed In. Out of Arisha by declaration of war, bred in Kentucky by Green Lantern Stables, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.18 seconds, and the results are official. 2783, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. The main track is listed fast. Doubled and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 2, Trust Fund Filly. Also scratch number 3, Absolute Honor. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on race 6.
Race number 6, 19 minutes to post. We just had a nice price winner in the first leg of the pick 6 back in race number 5, and this race does start the late pick 5 here on closing day. Field of 4 will be lining up at the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course. An other than allowance race, $120,000 purse up for grabs for these 4 runners. The 1 is the current favorite, that is Sassy Princess. But I'm going to go back to Expecto Patronium for a second time this meet. This filly will be competing here at Keeneland Racecourse. She was able to win back on the 8th of April and did so winning by 4 1/4 lengths. She was claimed that day by one of the most prolific claiming barns that we have in the sport, Linda Rice, and she wheels her back for a second time this afternoon, and things are lining up to make a good chunk of change regardless of the outcome. But I think that this filly, given the scratches in here, fits with this group. And Linda Rice, first off the claim, 22% winners. The little extra distance that she's going to be traveling shouldn't be an issue in this $120,000 allowance race versus winning going 6.5 furlongs. So I'll take Expecto Patronum at odds of 5-2. First off the claim for Linda Rice. Luis Saez comes right back to ride this filly. He rode her in that maiden score back on the 8th of April here during the spring meet. The number 1 horse, Sassy Princess, the 6-5 favorite for David Jacobson, who trains and owns the daughter of Cairo Prince. This is the first time in his barn. She was good enough to win in a starter allowance race back at Aqueduct on the 16th of January, and then she tried a couple of then allowance races. And I think that this group of competition that she finds herself in is probably going to be a little bit easier than what she saw in those last couple of starts. Inside post position, does it matter in a field of 4? Sure it does, but she should be able to overcome that and run a big race under Tyler Gaffleone. So she's obviously a major player in here. 6-5 should be the favorite, I would imagine, come post time here in race number 6. And then the third choice for me, Queen Jubilee for Whit Beckman. This is a filly by Authentic. She broke her maiden at Fairgrounds, and that was in her last starts 2 months back. She was 9-1 that afternoon. She ran 6 furlongs and 110 flat coming from off the pace. So we'll see if she can settle off the pace here today and make a run at him, because I think that the early speed will likely come, if all goes well, for the second-time starter, the 5-horse, Tesoro de Pirata. Good luck in the late pick 5. The pool over $209,000. Try that again. It's over $209,000, now $217,000. And you've got 17 minutes to get your plays in here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Whisper Hill Farm, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Scratch the 2 Trust Fund filly and scratch number 3 Absolute Honor. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on race 6. Post time is 6 minutes.
Pick 5 pull over $353,000. The final pick 5 opportunity of this spring meet for 2026 at Keeneland Racecourse. We're looking at the full horse. Queen Jubilee was the focus this morning on today at Keeneland. In the Clocker report, caught the eyes of the Clocker. Daughter of Authentic, worked in 48 flat. Breezing in company, even terms with her stablemate, a 3-year-old filly named Startin' Trouble. So the Clockers liking what they see with Queen Jubilee as she looks to go back-to-back in her racing career, and just may have found the right distance for her, because that was the first time that she had gone 6 furlongs after going out to a mile and a 16th, even a mile try on debut. She's 9-5 on the board right now. The number 5 horse, Tesoro de Pirata for Brownwood Farm, and Jose Arana comes off the 10-month layoff. She was very fast down at Los Alamitos in Southern California, a track that is south of Santa Anita down in Orange County. But they had the blinkers here today with these this new trainer. You've got to be quick in Southern California races, and she was. And you look at those fractions, she blitzed that group and was able to hold on by a length and a quarter. Can she step up and trip those slightly from 6.5 to the about 7 furlongs is the question. She's the longest shot in the field at odds of 4-1. Good luck in race number 6. Again, start of the late pick 5.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 4, Queen Jubilee. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 4, Queen Jubilee. As a result, there will be no exacta, no place wagering. Those wagers will be refunded on race 6. Again, a late scratch, number 4, Queen Jubilee. As a result, no exacta, no place wagering. Those wagers to be refunded on race 6. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, moving into line for the Whisper Hill Farm. Start of the late pick 5. Sassy Princess comes forward. Now Tesoro de Parada. The last one, Expecto Patronum, gets set to load. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Sassy Princess for the lead from the inside, and the opening strides as they come up the chute and join up onto the backstretch. Sassy Princess has the early advantage. Tesoro de Parada between horses will go second. Expecto Patronum third to the far outside as they make the journey over toward the far turn. And early on, Sassy Princess, Tyler Gaffalione with the advantage here. They lead it by 3/4 of a length. Tesoro de Parada right there in between horses, second by a head. And Expecto Patronum far outside is in third as these three work their way off the end of the backstretch. Sassy Princess shows the way. Sassy Princess leads it by a length and a half, now by nearly 2 lengths onto the far turn. Expecto Patronum to the outside, and Tesoro de Parada down to the inside, who is still there second by just ahead as they swing down the far side of the course with Sassy Princess the one to catch. Sassy Princess leads it by 2.5, 3 lengths coming toward the quarter pole. Now she opens up by 4 as they turn for home. Tesoro de Parada is second by a length and a half. Expecto Patronum third, top of the stretch. Sassy Princess a 1/4 mile out. She has opened up to a 5-length lead as they move off the far turn. Expecto Patronum is second toward the far outside, and then Tesoro de Parada third back toward the rail. Final furlong, Sassy Princess, the leader, maintains the advantage by some 7 lengths past the 16th pole. Back to Expecto Patronum. It is all Sassy Princess coming to the wire for Tyler Gaffalione. Sassy Princess to win it. Expecto Patronum was second, and Tesoro de Parada was third.
Sassy Princess broke on top, and she never looked back. That second quarter able to slow things down enough and have plenty left in reserves, and it turned into a one-horse race throughout a majority of this race. David Jacobson with the daughter of Cairo Prince under Tyler Gaffleone opens up in race number 6 and wins by many lengths to start the late pick 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Sassy Princess, finished first. Number 6, Expecto Patronum, second. The 5, Tesoro de Parada, third. 165 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Whisper Hill Farm, number 1, Sassy Princess. David Jacobson, the owner-trainer. Tyler Gaffleone, the jockey. Sassy Princess, a 5-year-old mare by Cairo Prince out of Rachel Wall by Blaine, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. Keeneland September alum gets the Beard course about 7 furlongs in 1 minute 29.42 seconds over the fast main track. Sixth race results official. 165 the official results. In the winner's circle, the Whisper Hill Farm trophy presentation to the connections of Sassy Princess. Keeneland 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4, fast track firm turf today. A reminder in race 7, number 8 Chisler does not receive Lasix today. Contrary to the program, number 8 Chisler does not receive Lasix today.
horses parading in the paddock for race number 7 here at Keeneland. 19 minutes to post. This will start the last pick 4 of the meet. The late pick 4 begins here in race number 7. A starter allowance group, 6 furlongs the distance, 4-year-olds and up. A starter $20,000 allowance race, or group, I should say. The number 4 horse is where I go to on top. Currently sitting at 3-1 as a very lukewarm favorite in a wide-open event. That is Freeze the Fire for John Salzman Jr., bringing this Maryland-bred son of Frisian Fire in here to Keeneland for the first time. He's made the most of his career, 9 wins from 34 starts. He's made over $326,000, and he has won 4 of his last 6 efforts. He enters this race off of a victory at Laurel and Starter Allowance Company at 6 furlongs. He's very good at this distance, and looking historically at his career, being 7 for 15 at this distance of 3/4 of a mile, I think is just an ideal scenario for him here to come to Keeneland. So in form, Freeze the Fire, good price, 3-1. Irad in the saddle. What more do you need on the favorite, Freeze the Fire? As far as the number 2 horse, Showtime, my second selection, 4-1 right now on the board. That makes him the second choice in the current win wagering. Gravitated towards this son of Into Mischief because he's had a solid career as well. He's made nearly $300,000. He comes into this race off of a 3rd place finish behind a horse named Get Her Number, who earlier this meet, maybe earlier this week, was able to win in Starter Allowance Company. And Get Her Number is one of the top in-form horses when it comes to starter allowance races around the country. So you've got to respect that run line. We'll see how far he can carry him in here. He is going to have to step up, in my opinion, to be able to go with or hold off a horse like Freeze the Fire. But that run line is tough to ignore. Showtime, the number 2, finishing 3rd to the extremely in-form Get Her Number in his most recent start. And then the number 3 horse, Swill, for Eric Foster, son of Munnings. Eric Foster, limited starters this meet, but he's had a good meet at Keeneland, just like he had a good meet up at Turfway Park and down at Oaklawn Park. He's made over $500,000. He's a veteran, is this 8-year-old son of Munnings. He was a winner 3 starts back at Turfway. They claimed this horse for $40,000 2 starts back, gave him another shot in similar competition in his follow-up race, but he's in this starter group here this afternoon, so should find this a touch easier than what he encountered in his most recent effort. And as far as his dirt form is concerned, it's there. He's 3 for 15, 3 wins from 15 starts, 3 thirds and 3 seconds. So 9 top 3 finishes for Swill as far as his dirt tries have been over the course of 15 races. So good start to the late pick 4, race number 7, now less than 16 minutes to post.
Okay, sounds good. Hold on for a sec. Sorry.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. 6 furlongs over the fast main track for this starter allowance for 4-year-olds. And up a reminder, contrary to the program, no Lasix today for number 8 Chisler. Post time at 6 minutes.
We come front side here to take a look at the 8-horse Chisler for Morisco Brothers Racing and trainer Brittany Vandenberg, a gelding by Speightstown that they lost by way of claim back in February for $25,000, but went right back and gathered him back up for $25,000 in his race on the 21st of March. Brittany Vandenberg has been very, very good through the years with these claiming types and turned into starter allowance types that can get on rolls. And so you've got to be encouraged by the fact that she went right back in for $25,000. In fact, these same connections had the claiming horse of the year that was celebrated at the Toba Awards back in September of last year with Leica Salt Shaker, who went on an absolute roll with that campaign that he had back in 2025. So I always respect Brittany Vandenberg, Morisco Brothers Racing, and Chris Amy when he ends up in the saddles, he so often does, and he's ridden this horse plenty of times in the past. So we'll see how he fares first off the reclaim for Brittany Vandenberg. Servaro de la Sala, the number 9 horse for Anna Mia. She's looking for a second win on the card. The trainer of this daughter of Bungle in the Jungle. She's getting plenty of attention, this mare. She's 4-1, was just 9-2, so just came down a half a point in the win wagering. Always got to beware of these cutback and distance horses, and that's exactly what she is doing here today. The last few times that she ran in sprint races were in tough 2 other than allowance races, so she's definitely live in here and put in the right spot to succeed. That is Servaro de la Sala with Saez, 4-1. Race number 7, start of the late pick 4. Last opportunity to play a pick 4 this meet here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Here is Showtime coming forward. 5-0 somewhere, and Maya Comet already having moved into line. Funny Uncle, now Swill. Getting set to go for the start of the late pick 4. Unworkable moves in. Freeze the Fire, Chisler. Cervaro della Sala, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Unworkable broke in the air and broke last, therefore. Up front, though, Speed Battle is on early. Here comes 5-0 somewhere to the inside, and Showtime on the outside. And Showtime puts ahead in front for 5-0 somewhere, who goes second at a gap of 2 lengths to Cervaro della Sala, who starts to pick up the top 2 as they head for the far turn. Maya Comet, 4th up on the outside. Swill is wrestled back into the 5th position. Chisler, 6th down toward the inside, about 5 lengths off the lead. And then Unworkable as they move midway on the far turn. Freeze the Fire is next to last, and Funny Uncle is the trailer. 22.71 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Around the far turn, Showtime leading Cervaro della Sala by just 1 length. Here's 5-0 somewhere. Looks toward the inside third, about 2 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4. Now 5 more lengths back to Maya Comet. Swill swings out toward the grandstand side. Nearly 10 from the front. Showtime is chased by 5-0 somewhere, who comes off the rail, finds an opening now to try to come after the leader in the final furlong. Showtime to the inside, 5-0 somewhere to the outside, and now they're battling for the lead and for the win at Keeneland. Final 16th. Showtime to the inside, a narrow lead. 5-0 somewhere takes a final run from the outside. The wire is coming. Showtime 5-0 somewhere. Head bobbing photo for the win.
What a throwdown from the quarter pole on between 5-0 somewhere and Showdown. It's starting to develop right now, I should say, as 5-0 somewhere comes off the rail, saved the ground around the turn, and it looked like he was going to be able to kick on by. But Showtime, after making the lead, able to dig back in under Jose Ortiz. He's got the advantage for now, but does he on the wire? One gets the bob on the outside. On the far side, the 2 at 3-1. Does he get the bob? Maybe. Ultra close in race number 7. Again, 5-0 somewhere on the near side. Showtime on the far side. Heads bob down to the wire.
Result of the photo, number 2, Showtime, finished first. Number 1, 5-0 Somewhere, was second. Number 9, Cervaro de la Sala, was third. And number 6, Funny Uncle, was fourth. 2196, unofficial. Seventh race results official. Into the winner's circle, the official winner, number 2, Showtime, owned by Barron Racing Stables, LLC of Dwight Barron, trained by Joe Sharp. Jose Ortiz, the winning jockey. Into Mischief, the sire of Showtime, a 7-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief, out of Flautist by First Defense, bred in Kentucky by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, LLC. 1 minute 10.56 seconds for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. And again, the results official, 2196, the official results. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming. Doubled in pick 3 wagering. This will start the $3 late pick 3. The turf is firm. Contrary to the program, the rail at 0 feet. The temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 7, Just Basking.
We have reached the closing day feature, the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales, a mile and a half on the firm-listed turf course for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. And we're taking a look at the current favorite, the number 9 horse, Speed Shopper, for Gary Barber, Bridlewood Farm, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, a mare by Quality Road, who really has found a home in these stakes races since extending up to a mile and a quarter and beyond. Her races in her last handful of starts have equaled a Grade 3 victory in the Christophe Clement Stakes in January. Recently, she was third, only beaten a length, going a mile and a half in the Grade 3 Orchid. And she's going to be a primetime player, is a primetime player here in this featured event, the Bewitched Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales. She should have a forward trip. She tends to be very handy right off the pace and then show the ability to go when need be. And Johnny Velasquez has ridden her in her last couple of starts to that victory in the Grade 3 Christophe Clement, and then that third place finish in the Orchid. So Speed Shopper, she's tough to overlook as far as being the favorite in this race with how well she's done since going out to these longer distance races. The number 1 horse is my second choice. That is Way to Be Marie for Twin Oaks Bloodstock. This is a mare that they purchased for $750,000 out of the Keeneland January sale just a couple of months back. She's made one start for them. That was in the Tom Benson Memorial at Fairgrounds, and she was a winner on that afternoon. And she has shown the ability to handle these longer distance races as well. You go down to her Kentucky Downs race in September. She was second, going a mile and 5/16. So a Keeneland January grad looking for a graded stakes win here at Keeneland in her first try. Definitely a player. Way to Be Marie, daughter of Not This Time. And then finally, the number 6 horse rounds out the top 3 for me. Mrs. Astor for George Strawbridge and his Augustin stable, a mare that was the dominant force in these longer distance races out on the West Coast between Santa Anita and Del Mar. She won the Astra Stakes, the Grade 3 Red Carpet, the Possibly Perfect, the Santa Barbara Stakes as well. Even in defeat, she always showed up. So she comes back to Keeneland, little deeper waters here than what she would have been facing in Southern California at Del Mar and Santa Anita. But you've got to respect the years that she's had over the last 2 seasons, winning 4 of 7 starts and now amassing over $639,000 in her career. Looking forward to this 3-turn event, a mile and a half for the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. We're 14 minutes away from post time.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 64th running of the Bewitched Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales, a grade 3 for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Mile and a half over the firm turf. Contrary to the program, the rail at 0 feet. Temporary rail is down today. Double wagering starts the $3 late pick 3 as well. Scratch the 7, just basking. Post time 6 minutes. Number 1 is Way to Be Marie, owned by the Twin Oaks Bloodstock LLC of Mark Gunderson, trained by Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez, the jockey. 2, Virgin Colada, owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 3, Venencia, owned by Miller Racing LLC of Myron Miller, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 4, Triumphant Spirit, owned by Pocket Aces Racing LLC, Mark Wampler and Jared Shoemaker, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Ben Curtis. 5, Golden Sunshine, races for Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trainer Owen Hardy, jockey Jamie Torres. 6, Mrs. Astor, owned by Augustin Stable of George Strawbridge Jr., trained by Jonathan Thomas. Jose Ortiz is up. Number 8 is Literate, owned by C2 Racing Stable LLC, Clint Cornett and Mark Cornett. BAG Racing Stables LLC of Jim Grant, the trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Speed Chopper number 9, owned by Gary Barber. Bridlewood Farm of John Malone. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman. The trainer Will Walden, the jockey John Velasquez. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Taking a look at Virgin Colada warming up for Resolute Racing. Trainer Mike Maker wanted to see how this filly's warming up because down in the paddock, she was on the bridle. She was tugging her handlers around there in a very positive way. Watching her come out for the post parade seemed to settle in. Sometimes you'll see horses, once the riders legged up, that they'll actually kind of calm down a little bit. But you got to like the way that she looked down in the paddock. If you've observed her down there at all, she's a filly that comes into this race off of a back-to-back wins, I should say, most recently by way of disqualification. But this is a big step up in class for this 4-year-old daughter of More Than Ready. But she couldn't have made a better appearance, in my opinion, down in the paddock. That is the 2-horse Virgin Colada. And again, liking the way that she's warming up nice and easy for this long-distance mile-and-a-half test. We then move over to the 8-horse Literate for Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz Jr. It's a mare by Oscar Performance who still has to prove that she can win on the turf. She's 0 for 5 on the turf course, but she's a 7-time winner overall. But how often have we gotten Brad Cox and Irad at this kind of a price, 6-1, with the number of victories that they've had separately and for the most part combined, it seems like every other race here at Keeneland Racecourse. So Literate, definitely a contender in an extremely competitive renewal of the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 64th running of the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 3. Moving into line, 8th race. Way to be Marie and Golden Sunshine move in. Here's Virgin Colada. Venencia, Mrs. Astor. Triumphant Spirit walks up along with Literate. Speed Shopper will be the last one. Coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. There goes Way to Be Marie, right out for the lead. Virgin Colada will go with her. These two come to the front of the opening strides. Triumphant Spirit moves up on the far outside, a close third but wide, moving onto that far turn. And then comes Venencia, going to back away a bit into the 4th position, settle down toward the rail, save some ground around the turn. Flanked there by Speed Shopper, 5th up on the outside, right toward the center of the pack here in the early going. Mrs. Astor, Literate, Golden Sunshine at the back. Virgin Colada the leader. Virgin Colada to the top of the stretch for the first time, has a 3-length lead. Triumphant Spirit goes second by 3. And then comes Way to Be Marie. 24.68 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Still just over 1 circuit to go in this 12-furlong journey. Virgin Colada the leader by 2.5 lengths. Triumphant Spirit second by 3. Way to Be Marie third by a length. And then Venencia goes in 4th position. Speed Shopper 5th, just to the outside of Mrs. Astor, who is in 6th. Literate is 7th. Golden Sunshine is 8th. 49.1 the time for the first half mile. Virgin Colada bounds along on the lead. 3 lengths to the good. Moving on to the second of 3 turns. Triumphant Spirit outward for the rail is second by a length. And now Way to Be Marie starts moving up a closer third to challenge for the second spot. In fact, that pair beginning to bear down behind Virgin Colada. Awkward move off the turn, has to go to the far outside. Plenty of room there for Triumphant Spirit to move up and take over the lead by just over 2 lengths. Way to Be Marie second, 3/4 of a length. Venencia goes third up on the outside, and then Mrs. Astor 4th against the rail by a length. Speed Shopper 5th up on the outside, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more back to Literate. Golden Sunshine as they head for the far turn. Virgin Colada drops out of it 6 furlongs, 1 minute 13.87 seconds. Triumphant Spirit leads leads by a length and a half to the far turn. Way to be Marie is second, a half length. Venencia, third up on the outside, 3/4 of a length. Mrs. Astor, fourth and looking toward the inside. Speed Shopper is fifth on the outside, still better than 3 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Triumphant Spirit to the inside. Way to be Marie is right alongside. Venencia seeks to join them a length off the front pair. Speed Shopper has to go wide. Then Mrs. Astor in behind horses looking for some running room. Golden Sunshine and Literate still have work to do. 6 from the front. Speed Shopper coming after Way to be Marie, who's got a narrow lead. Golden Sunshine tries to get going. Mrs. Astor fourth toward the inside. Literate still far back. Speed Shopper has the lead. Golden Sunshine takes a final run from second. Speed Shopper in front. Golden Sunshine 2 lengths away. Here's the wire. Speed Shopper, John Velasquez to win the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Golden Sunshine was home second, and then Way to be Marie was third, and Literate was fourth.
Speed Shopper flashing her class here in the featured event, the Grade 3 Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. And right here, she kicks it into high gear down the lane. Credit to the number 5 horse, Golden Sunshine. She showed that she can adapt to this longer distance race, but the winner had flown. Speed Shopper, Johnny B, for Will Walden as the favorite in the closing day feature.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 9, Speed Shopper, finished first. Number 5, Golden Sunshine, was second. Number 1, Way to be Marie, third. And number 8, Literate, fourth. 9-5-1-8 unofficial. Eighth race results official. 9-5-1-8, the official results for Keeneland's featured eighth race. Moving into the stakes winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's featured eighth race, 64th running of the Bewitched, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 3, number 9, Speed Shopper. Owned by Gary Barber, Bridlewood Farm of John Malone, owned also by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Will Walden. 2 wins today for jockey John Velasquez. Speed Shopper, a 5-year-old mare by Quality Road. Out of Fast Retailing by Malibu Moon. The winner bred in Kentucky by AR Enterprises LLC and Edward Easton. The time for the 12 furlongs over the firm turf this afternoon, 2 minutes, 29 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the Bewitched, presented by Keeneland Sales, is Cindy Palmer. Cindy is retiring after more than 25 years of service at Keeneland. We thank her for her commitment and the care she has brought to her work. Cindy, congratulations. She presents to the connections of Speed Shopper. Please join us in congratulating owner Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, whose win with Speed Shopper in today's Bewitched marks Eclipse's 8th graded stakes victory at Keeneland. In honor of this historic milestone, Eclipse receives a Keeneland tray as part of the track's signature Milestone Trophy program. Congratulations to Mr. Wellman and Eclipse.
Speed Shopper Awesome in the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales for Will Walden and Johnny Velasquez. How about navigating this outside post position? How'd that go for you?
I was really worried because, the last 2 times I rode her, she's kind of keen behind the horses, and I cover up, and she kind of comes back to me. And I was telling the guys in the paddock, man, I'm a little worried about being all the way out there because she might be running off with me. I tell you what, was the best in the sky. She broke, put my hands down, the ears went up. She wasn't even in the bridle, so I was able to come in behind the horses a little bit later. By the time we go about the first time by the wire, I was right behind Tyler. So I was really comfortable where I was, and I thought it was pretty easy, though. I just didn't want to be in her mouth, trying to, throw behind the horses or in the lead. After that, it was pretty easy.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Will Walden, the conditioner. At what point in the race did you lose your voice, Will?
Probably around the 2.5. Johnny looked like he had plenty of horse. She travels so relaxed, though, it's sometimes hard to tell. And when he moved his hands forward for the first time, I saw her jump forward, and coming towards the quarter pole when she swung out, I felt pretty confident at that point. But if you don't root them on, what's the point of coming out here?
Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
And very pleased to be joined by Aaron Wellman, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. You team up with Gary Barber and others here on this one. But to receive the tray here at Keeneland, I've had the opportunity, Aaron, to get to know you so well through the years and see the journey and the evolution of the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. How special is this for you and your partners?
Yeah, Scott, this is an incredible achievement for our brand, for all of our partners who have supported us from day one at Eclipse. We won our first grade 1 here with In Lingerie and the Spinster, and I remember telling Simon Bray at that time, this is what we started this stable for. And here we are getting a gold tray today at Keeneland. So it's a huge honor, incredibly humbled, so thankful to all our partners that made it happen. Gary Barber has been with me from the beginning. Can't thank him enough for all the support. And Bridlewood Farm also owns this filly. Mr. Malone, Mrs. Malone, George Isaacs. So along with our Eclipse partners, this is an incredible achievement, and got to give credit where credit is due. Keeneland does it right. The new improvements here on the facility are money well spent, and incredibly honored to do it here at Keeneland.
And you and your team do it right because you put the hard work in at the sales and you get the results. Aaron, go celebrate. Great to have you here. Well done.
Appreciate it.
Speed Shopper impresses here today in the Bewitch.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race on the way. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Maiden special weight, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5, Mum Doggy. Also scratch number 10, McCann.
Race number 9 starts the late daily double, the final daily double of the spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, already 13 minutes away from post time. We're looking at the number 6 horse, Impractical, for trainer Whit Beckman, a colt by Practical Joke who showed a massive improvement in his most recent start. Started off his career as a 2-year-old right here at Keeneland back in October in the fall meet, ran at Churchill Downs, not effective in the least bit. Showed up at Fairgrounds, found speed, showed some grit, finished third in that race, beating 3.5 lengths, and that was a very quickly run race, 109-2 at his racehorse time for 3/4 of a mile. So let's hope that Impractical can keep it rolling here today. He gets Lasix for a second time. That could have been a big plus for him in that most recent result that we saw back on March 21st in New Orleans. I'll take Impractical all day long at odds of 9-2. The number 8 horse is the second choice. That is Gun Range, 7-2 on the board for Wesley Ward, 3 Chimneys Farm, a well-bred son of Gun Runner out of the Warfront First Dam, Bella Carina. This is a homebred for 3 Chimneys. Wesley Ward, 29% with first-time starters. Johnny Velasquez just won the Bewitched Stakes. He's looking to go back-to-back here on the card. So Gun Range, currently 7-2, live on the board for a first-time starter, as to be expected out of Wesley Ward's barn with that kind of a pedigree. And then Island Town rounds out the top 3 selections. The current favorite for L&N Racing, colt by Echo Town for trainer Steve Asmussen. Broke from post 1 on debut at Ellis all the way back in August. That was more than 8 months back, and put in a credible effort. Now, I think that the connections would have preferred that he didn't draw the rail again, but it is what it is. So here he is this afternoon. He's had some good drills in the mornings in his last few works here at Keeneland Racecourse. So Island Town just clicked up to 3-1. We'll see what kind of price he settles at, as I think that the favoritism is very undecided at this point in time, as to be expected with 11 minutes to post. The late double comes up next. Race 9, Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race. The Walmack, maiden special weight for 3-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 5, Mum Doggy. Also scratch the 10, McCann. Post time, 6 minutes.
Now just 5 minutes away, now 4 minutes away from the 9th, the start of the late daily double here on closing day. That's Islandtown, who we're taking a look at. He's still holding as the favorite. He's 5-2 on the board. He was part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland as they pointed towards his work on the 16th of this month, 47-4. He breezed that sharp half mile on the bridle, working on his own for trainer Steve Asmussen, and he's been sharp since arriving here at Keeneland from what the Clockers have seen, and they're watching all these horses train. So Islandtown 5-2, now just clicked up to 3-1 as we're closing in on post time. Yesterday, trainer Brett Calhoun sprung a big upset later on in the card, and he's got the potential of doing so, but not to the 30-1 type of price that we saw yesterday. He's got Mr. All In at 11-1. If you want to just throw out that debut effort and hope that he's better than he was on debut, there could be some upside with this colt by Essential Quality. Good-looking son of that champion Essential Quality out of a Golden Sense First Dam, and kind of a similar sort of pattern from yesterday. The horse that won for Brett Calhoun came in with just a non-effort, chuck it out, and move on. And if you're willing to do that, 11-1 is the price you're getting on Mr. All In. Good luck in the 9th. 3 minutes to post. Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate. Keeneland's 9th race, the Walmack. Moving into line, 9th race. Here's Islandtown coming forward. Impractical walks up. Stunning awaits. Also National Charter. Gun Range coming forward. LTO, along with Mr. All In. Happy I Got It will be the last one. Last one walks up. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Islandtown and Gun Range from the outside, but Islandtown right out to a 2-length lead. National Charter is up close, moves up into second out of a crowd of horses. Gun Range is third up on the far outside. Stunning is fourth. Impractical fifth. In between horses, a gap of 5 more lengths to Hovland, who moves up the inside in sixth. Mr. All In is seventh. LTO is eighth to the far turn, and Happy I Got It is last of the 9. Islandtown, the leader. National Charter starts to draw alongside. Top 2 separated by a net. Gun Range is third up on the far outside. Around the far turn, Impractical is fourth. In between horses. Stunning is fifth. 22.16 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Islandtown, National Charter, those two going at it off the far turn for the lead. Gap of 2. Gun Range has to look to the far outside from third, and then a gap of 3 more back to Stunning. Impractical. Hovland has to go wide, 8 lengths off the lead. Gun Range takes aim from the outside and moves up now to challenge National Charter and Islandtown, who's still there to the inside. These three past the 8th pole. Gun Range moves up, has a narrow lead into the final furlong to Islandtown in second. National Charter third. Impractical fourth. It is Gun Range in front. It'll be 3 wins today for John Velasquez. It'll be 300 wins career for trainer Wesley Ward at Keeneland.
And trainer Wesley Ward, only the 3rd individual to move into that class, the 300 club in the storied history here at Keeneland Racecourse alongside Bill Mott and Rusty Arnold. And he does it with a first-time starter, Gun Range, for Three Chimneys Farm in style at odds of 3-1. Congratulations, Wesley.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 8, Gun Range, was first. Number 1, Island Town, second. Number 7, National Charter, third. And number 6, Impractical, fourth. 8176 unofficial. Ninth race results official, 8176, the official results for Keeneland's ninth race. Into the winner's circle, the official winner, number 8, Gun Range, winning the Walmack. Owned by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba. Trained by Wesley Ward for his second winner on the card. 3 wins today for John Velasquez. Gun Range, a 3-year-old son of gun runner, out of Bella Carina by Warfront. The winner bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.71 seconds over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Walmack to the connections of Gun Range. And also at this time, we invite you to join us in congratulating trainer Wesley Ward, who with this winning performance has recorded the 300th Keeneland victory of his career. Ward is based at Keeneland, where he has won 10 titles as leading trainer. Congratulations, Wesley Ward. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf is firm, rail at 0 feet. Temporary rail is down today. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Classy and Connected, and also scratch the 10, Random Harvest.
Race number 10, the final race today, the final race of this 2026 spring meet. The get-out race here at Keeneland for the spring. It's a 2 other than allowance race, a 1.125 over on the turf course, which is firm. And right now we're taking a look at Strong Destiny for trainer Matthew Sims, Royer Family Stables, and All In Racing. This is a daughter of Constitution who has rattled off back-to-back victories since arriving to the barn of Matthew Sims. They acquired this Constitution filly out of the November sale here at Keeneland for just $60,000, and she has doubled that investment in her last 2 starts with a 15-length victory in her most recent effort. She goes onto the grass course here this afternoon. She has that good race on the turf up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. I think this is a filly that has just blossomed here lately. And think back to the nightcap yesterday. Matthew Sims was able to win with Miss Pharaoh at a very good price. So we're getting a somewhat similar price right now on Strong Destiny. I'll take my shot with Matthew Sims, who's had a very productive meet here at Keeneland this spring. The number 6 horse is the second choice, Pretty Picture, for Three Chimneys Farm and trainer Chad Brown. Three Chimneys looking to complete the late daily double here on closing day, this time with Chad Brown. This filly by Munnings hasn't been seen in 4 months, and the last time that she competed, she ran in the Grade 2 Mrs. Revere Stakes, beaten by Lush Lips, and that was Lush Lips' follow-up race to her Grade 1 victory in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. So beaten by a Grade 1 winner and not beaten all that far. Half of a length was the margin of defeat, finishing second. So you've got to respect this filly, and a lot of folks are, to make her the 7-5 favorite in here. She'll be trying to close from off the pace, as we've seen from her in her races on the turf course. And then finally, the 11 horse rounds out the top 3 selections. Masserat for Shadwell Farm, a homebred daughter of Curlin. We haven't seen her since 7 months back at Kentucky Downs, winning at Kentucky Downs. Prior to that, ran on a conventional turf course at Churchill Downs, and she broke her maiden. So her last 3 races, she's really come into the best form. And now, granted, it's been 7 months, but she's got the master Brendan Walsh on her side and getting her ready for this return to racing here today, where she's been training primarily in the winter down at Palm Meadows to return here to Kentucky. Good race to close things out. Don't forget about your final opportunity for the spring to play the $1 Toyota Super High Five.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Woodstock, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 1/8 over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today, rail at 0 feet, contrary to the program. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Classy and Connected, and scratch the 10, Random Harvest. Post time at 5 minutes.
Just 4 minutes away from the final race of the spring meet, race number 10 on this Friday card. Awesome Sauce is who we're looking at right now for owner Joseph Engelhart, a filly that he bred in the state of Ohio, and she's got a really nice pedigree. Out of the stakes-winning First Dam and Communique, she's a daughter of Union Rags. She does not have a bad race on her resume. She's broken through with back-to-back wins after a couple of narrow defeats in her first 2 starts going back to the end of last year. And the way that this filly settles in those shorter distance races, or has settled in those shorter distance races, gives you hope that the 1 1/8 should not be an issue. And she closed into some pretty pedestrian fractions in those races at Fairgrounds, which again is another positive here today, with the pace probably not going to be all that swift or something similar to what she encountered in her races down at Fairgrounds. So Awesome Sauce 5-1, Jose Ortiz, Joe Sharp, a stout team as we have seen throughout the years, whether it's down in New Orleans or up here in Kentucky. And then the number 8 horse is where we'll move to next, Unmerited Favor for trainer Kenny McPeak. She does have course form here at Keeneland. She picked up a victory going back to the fall of last year in an other than allowance race, and she tested stakes competition in her last 2 starts, most recently in the Pago Hop at Fairgrounds, only beaten a length and a quarter. So the 1 1/8 distance, looking at her previous races at 1 5/16, 1 3/16 here at Keeneland, should not be an issue, and she is currently sitting at 14-1 on the board, with Kenny leaning on his main man, Brian Hernandez Jr., here in the 10th and final race of the spring meet here at Keeneland. Good luck.
pipes he's got to work.
But if I don't play it right, everybody hears it, and then they go boo. They're too lazy to boo.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Woodstock. Moving into line, 10th race. Here's Strong Destiny coming forward, along with Knight of Rose, Equitas, and Unmerited Favor. Awesome Sauce, Befriended coming forward. Necessity and Maserat. Pretty Picture. Now Maserat. Sarawak Rim, the last one coming forward. Goes in there at the post. And there are often problems there for Strong Destiny, who unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Number 1, Strong Destiny unseated the rider on the break. Here comes Befriended out for the early lead. Befriended races up to the outside and carefully has the lead, along with Necessity there to the inside as they head down to the first turn. As the riderless horse moves by from between them, it starts to angle toward the outside. So the lead battle into the turn now. Necessity against the rail, leads it by a length. Befriended will go second by a length around the turn. Sarawak Rim is third up on the outside. It is followed by Knight of Rose in fourth. Pretty Picture is in fifth. Unmerited Favor is sixth. Equitas, a wide seventh off the first turn, and up the back stretch, Maserat is between horses, running along next to last, and Awesome Sauce trails. 23.36 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. It is Befriended who's got the lead. Befriended, midpoint of the backstretch, has the advantage here by a length and a half. Necessity takes toward the outside again, starts to inch forward in second. Knight of Rose third. Sarawak Rim is in fourth. There's Equitas, about 4 wide, moving up fourth, and now third. Going to be wide all the way around that far turn, though. And then further back, Pretty Picture, who's a lane off the rail, running about 6 lengths off the lead. They're bunching for the lead. Befriended to the inside. Necessity between horses. Equitas wide in third, a length off the front pair. Knight of Rose is fourth toward the inside. Pretty Picture and Unmerited Favor are both side by side, about 8 lengths from the front. They turn for home. Equitas comes after Befriended off the turn. Necessity in third. Unmerited Favor is fourth toward the inside. Knight of Rose and then Pretty Picture. Knight of Rose and Pretty Picture and Awesome Sauce are all trying to run late from the outside. Necessity has a narrow lead. Here's Pretty Picture storming up on the outside with Knight of Rose. Pretty Picture, Knight of Rose going 1-2. Pretty Picture and Knight of Rose. These two down to the wire with heads bobbing. And it is Pretty Picture, Flavian Pratt, getting up to win the finale for Keeneland's spring meet.
Well, the 8 even money favorite able to outfinish them all here in the final race of the spring meet. Pretty picture as Three Chimneys Farm goes back-to-back to close out this spring meet from races 9 on to 10. And the nice turn of foot from this daughter of Munnings for Chad Brown, prepared masterfully off the 4-month layoff, coming out of graded stakes company 6-7, and a photo for the third money here in the nightcap at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 6, Pretty Picture, finished first. Number 7, Night of Rose, was second. Number 5, Necessity, third. Number 3, Equitas, was fourth. And number 4, Awesome Sauce, finished fifth. 6, 7, 5, 3, 4, the results unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Woodstock. Number 6, Pretty Picture. Back-to-back wins for Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, both as owner and as breeder to close the card. Chad Brown trains. 2 wins today for jockey Flavian Pratt. Pretty Picture, 4-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Farofa by Tisnell, the winner bred in Kentucky, takes the Woodstock. 6, 7, 5, 3, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Woodstock to the connections of Pretty Picture, and the results are now official. 6, 7, 5, 3, 4, the official results. Please note the Toyota Super High 5 pays on 6, 7, 5, 3, all. The pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And again, please note that the Toyota Super High 5 pays on 6, 7, 5, 3, all. Our congratulations to the leading jockey for Keeneland Spring Meet, Irad Ortiz Jr., leading trainer Brad Cox, and leading owner Godolphin. Each will be officially recognized at Keeneland's fall meeting. This reminder that simulcasting will close in approximately 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. And we invite you to join us next door at the Sales Pavilion. It is time for the April selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Hope to see you there. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.